morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Can you please call the matter on the record, Irene?
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge. Today is the 10th of September 2021, calling the matter of live Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
My lady, if I may,
Oh, okay.
before my learned friends commence. My lady, I was not actually available for today, but between myself and Mr. Martin, we made a plan. So I'm going to be here for the morning session, and he'll take over for the afternoon session with your leave, my lady, and I hope that is in order.
Okay, no problem. And the other thing, is it due yesterday who was not sure about the second week of January?
I'm not available second week of January. I think Mr. Martin is, but I'll have to check about Mr. Martin.
All right, no, that's fine. Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Libete.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning.
Morning, my lady.
Yes, you are reminded that you are still under oath. The legal representatives present who would like to ask you questions in cross-examination will continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm here, my lady.
Yes, who's proceeding now?
My lady, your network is not very stable today as well.
Myself.
Yeah, you're breaking and you're very blurry. Okay, let's try and see.
But
My lady, I can hear you very well, but I
can
think
you see me?
I can see you, my lady. I think the problem may be elsewhere.
Okay, let's try and then please indicate to me if there is a problem.
Thank you, my lady.
Do you still have a problem, Ms. Boko?
I do, my lady. You're not very, your connectivity is not very stable. You're breaking up.
My lady, I suspect that the problem is on...
I don't know if the problem is only on my side.
Just try.
Okay, so
yes, I think even your face, one cannot see it properly.
Okay. And I'm sitting.
Yes, I think you have a problem. Just exit and rejoin the meeting.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
My lady.
Yes, I'm listening.
While we're waiting, I just want to inform your ladyship that I did check the case lines, and I can't find any document that was uploaded above the statements where we had a problem yesterday. I don't know what happened on
the issue of the numbering of the pages.
Documents that were uploaded, all uploaded beneath your statement. So I don't know what happened to change the pages with the 4 pages.
I can't hear you properly, Mr. Late. I can't hear you properly. I don't know whether the problem is on my side. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, my lady.
Yes, if you can just, I couldn't pick up what you were trying to say.
I'll try again, my lady. I went into case lines yesterday and tried to find the problem with the 4-page difference. And I couldn't find any uploaded documents that were uploaded since the beginning. The uploaded documents were all uploaded at the bottom of case lines. So I can't explain what the change of 4 pages caused, or what caused the change in 4 pages.
No, I think that's the problems of having a very long record. What we must do is just to advise each other where there are problems with the pages. So that when one reads on his own, one has to look at the table of contents and the index that would guide one in getting the other documents.
Yes, I think so, my lady. Rather than be guided by your notes, rather go to the case lines itself.
It's just that I was worried that because previous witnesses who had testified were referred to certain pages, now the numbering is going to change when these other witnesses testify as they go along. All right, thank you very much.
Judge?
Yes, Irene?
Can I please just make a suggestion with regards to case lines?
Yes.
Maybe what we can do is that when there are new documents that are uploaded as we continue with.
Are you still there? What is happening now? Irene?
Judge, sorry, I had a connectivity problem. So I was saying the documents that are...
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, the documents that are uploaded as we continue, they should be uploaded as the last document on case lines so that the page numbers of the documents that were previously uploaded should not be affected.
Okay, maybe it's just that he says he doesn't know where could the problem lie. So you will also check, you will assist each other because I think you are more conversant with it also. All right. Can we then proceed with the matter? I'm just taking, Mr. Van Bergen, were you done with your cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, who was, oh, we're just about to start. Who is next? According to seniority, who wants to cross-examine? The witness?
My lady?
Yes.
May I place it on record that I will cross-examine after Mr. Sibara is done with his cross-examination? That's if he...
I don't see you. Who's talking?
It's Advocate Matlape.
Matlape, okay.
Matlape, I'm sorry about that, my lady.
You are with Mr. Ramaimela, Ms. Ramaimela?
Ms. Ramaimela, on behalf of Mr.
Musenohi, yes.
Indeed,
okay.
So, my lady.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hassim, are you ready?
Morning, my lady. My junior colleague, Ms. Powe, will be conducting the questioning of Dr. Lebete, and she's junior to many of our colleagues in this hearing, so she'll come at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady. I only have a few issues I'd like to raise with Dr. Lebete.
Just a second.
My lady, Ms. Siboka is here. She's connected with us.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Pinar,
May it please the court, my lady.
you are on behalf of Mrs.
Hannah Hendrika Jacobus or Jacobus. She's witness number 8 on the consequential list of proposed witnesses, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebeti, I only have, good morning, but I have a few issues I'd like to raise with you. Firstly, this was, or let me put it this way, the project resulting from the termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni was of quite a large magnitude. Do you agree?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Am I correct in putting it that this was also a sensitive process?
Correct, my lady.
Because it specifically involved mental health care users.
You're correct, sir.
Am I also correct in putting it
You
that...
are correct.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Lebete, but am I furthermore correct in putting it or stating that therefore the project had to be approached with circumspection?
Yes, my lady.
No.
That's correct.
Yes.
Dr. Lebeti, we've heard evidence, and I'm not going to repeat it, that there was a service level agreement applicable in terms of the contract between the Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Yes.
And the purpose of that service level agreement was to ensure that whenever actions are taken in terms of the agreement that Life Esidimeni had with the Gauteng Department of Health, it would, compliance with the service level agreement was required.
Correct.
And that requirement came to the fore to ensure that mental health care users were not prejudiced in any manner.
Correct, my lady.
Yes.
And so therefore, when the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract, if I can call it that, came to the fore, it was imperative that proper planning and preparation should be made to ensure that there is no encroachment on the well-being of mental health care users.
Correct, my lady.
Continue.
And in that regard, Dr. Lebeti, it was required that the whole process had to be effected on a time scale which would specifically make provision for the well-being of mental health care users.
Correct, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Pienaar.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebeti, we have also heard evidence that, and I want to refer to the time period of March 2016.
Just hold it. I don't know whether Mr.
My lady, it's me.
Is that yourself? Okay.
It is me, my lady. I wanted to object to the line of questioning that's this witness on the SLA and its provisions, because you've heard evidence from Dr. Lebete that when he became part of the project, it was only after the deaths has begun occurring. He was not part of the SLA. He did not discuss its terms with Esidimeni, and this has been confirmed by both Drs. Mkhatshwa and Mrs. Buthelezi. So I think my learned friend can desist now from asking Dr. Lebete upon on the SLA itself, when his evidence, which is uncontested, is that he started being involved upon request after the people started dying.
Mr. Pienaar.
My lady, with all due respect to my learned friend.
If she can put, please put the hand down. It's still up. Now it's disrupting the proceedings. Yes.
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect to my learned friend, my respectful submission, her objection is unfounded. I'm not putting questions to Dr. Lebete specifically to the content of the service level agreement, but it remains a fact that Dr. Lebete was became appointed and became involved with the investigations subsequent to the deaths that had occurred. And surely in that regard, what had preceded the deaths is relevant. And therefore, Dr. Lebete's opinion as a medical practitioner who is a qualified specialist in his field of operation can then be, with all due respect, be questioned with regard to the manner in which the project had been performed.
Thank you.
And it's in that regard that it's relevant. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Seboko?
My lady, with all due respect, I still persist with my objection. Mr. Lebete's evidence is that he was not part of, and his opinion about his expertise as a clinician, I don't see how it affects the causality which your ladyship is here to investigate and determine on.
Okay, thank you very much. I am not, these questions as they're being asked, they don't relate specifically to the service level agreement. This is questions of a general nature. And it is clear that at the beginning of the project, Dr. Lebete was not part of the proceedings as at the time, but the questions as they are being asked are very relevant to this particular matter, and those questions are allowed. Continue.
As the court pleases.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
When you were interjected, you had just started with a question which you didn't complete, where you were telling the witness that you were putting it to him that we have had the evidence, but you had not yet put it to the witness which evidence was that all about.
Thank you, my lady. I can't recollect exactly what I had in mind, but I'll have an idea and I will just rephrase the question.
My lady, if I may,
Mr.
perhaps,
van Bergen?
if I may persist, my learned friend started by saying that evidence was heard, and he said, I want to put it in a time frame, and that is March 2016, and that was when the objection came. I don't know if that rings a bell.
In fact, yeah, it's just that, you know, when people raise objections, either you wait for the question to be completed so that the court can follow the line of questioning and the objection as it comes. Yes, that question came after, I think you had just put it to the witness that in respect of regarding the service level agreement, it was a requirement that the whole process had to be effected on a time scale, which would specifically make provision for the well-being of the mental health care users. And the witness had responded to say that is correct.
Thank you, my lady. I'm also indebted to my learned friend, Mr. van Bergen. He refreshed my memory.
Continue.
Dr. Lebete, I referred to the time period of March to the end of June 2016. And specifically, I would inquire whether you would agree that that is a short time period in which to effect a project of this night, of the magnitude that we have here in this matter. Do you agree with that?
I do, retrospectively looking at it with the facts. Yes, it was short.
And in order to ensure that the project is performed with the necessary circumspection, it would have required that complete and proper preparation had been concluded prior to the commencement of the transfer of mental health care users. Is that correct?
Yeah, retrospectively, yes, I agree, my lady.
Because if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Lebete, and I deducted that from your own evidence or prior to me questioning you, that the state of the mental health care users and the manner in which they are treated is of paramount importance.
Yes. Do you want the witness to respond?
Do you agree to that? Sorry, my lady, Dr. Lebete?
Yes, I do. Thanks, my lady.
Continue.
And as the court pleases, my lady, Dr. Lebete, would it be correct to state that the success of this project hinged or was founded on proper preliminary inspections to determine that mental health care users to be transferred would be suitable and as far as possible in compliance from the institution from which they are being transferred to ensure the least discomfort to the mental health care users. Do you agree, Dr. Lebete?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Yes.
Then, Dr. Lebete, would you also agree with me that failure to ensure that there is compliance in this regard would inure to the detriment of the mental health care users to be transferred?
My lady, can I have a repetition of this last question, please?
If you may repeat the question, Mr. Piner.
Dr. Lebete, would you agree that failure to ensure compliance would inure to the detriment of mental health care users?
Would be to the detriment.
Yes, thank you, my lady.
Retrospectively, it has shown that, yes.
Yes, continue.
Dr. Lebete, we have heard evidence that this project and well aware of Would you agree, Dr. Lebete, that such conduct would be extremely unsatisfactory, especially where we have to do with mental health care users?
Yes, retrospectively and with the outcomes that we've had, yes.
Now, Dr. Lebete, with hindsight and taking cognizance of the fact that you were not involved when this project was being executed, would you agree in your specialized field and as a clinician that it was to be foreseen that problems could arise?
Yes, there's a probability that that could be foreseen.
Continue.
May it please the court, my lady, and Dr. Lebete, would you also agree that the problems that, or the probability of problems arising could have dire results?
Yes, my lady, there is, or there could have been that probability.
Continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Lebete, I would like to just refer to one of the fatalities that you referred to in your evidence in chief, that of Mr. Slatswayo, if I remember correctly. Do you recollect referring to Mr. Slatswayo?
Yes, I do.
And that the cause of death was indicated as having been pneumonia.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, we have evidence that these transfers took place during June 2016, which is more or less in the middle of the winter, not so?
Yes, my lady.
We have heard evidence, Dr. Lebete, that some of the mental health care users had a lack of clothing at the time of transfer. If that is found to be the case, could that result in a mental health care user developing pneumonia?
Pneumonia is an infection that has timelines. And there's a period from the time that you get infected until the disease signs and symptoms show. The period that was directly involved in the case of Mr. Hlatswayo, as I have mentioned, that it was December when October when I had the post-mortem done. Around October, and Mr. Hlatswayo passed on around the 10th of September, which was summer, and the movement happened around April, May. So yes, there was pneumonia, but that one cannot directly be linked to the movement or to the period of movement. Thank you, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Lebete, taking what you've just stated into consideration, if I understood you correctly, pneumonia is an infection that develops over time. Is that correct?
Not a very long time. You get infection by bacteria. It may take a day or two before it starts being active, and another day for the signs and symptoms to occur. It's not a thing that goes over months.
Continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Lebete, accepting what you've just stated, it appears to me to have been of the utmost importance before any mental health care user is transferred from one facility to another or to an NGO or to an hospital, he or she must be properly examined to ensure that such mental health care user is in a state of health to be able to be transferred without complications developing of is that correct?
It has been stated that the patients, there are patients that had comorbidities, and those patients indeed must be examined in two aspects. The mental state, which is their core disease, and comorbidities. But there are two types of comorbidities. Majorly, the comorbidity would be referring to some chronic ailments like diabetes, hypertension, cardiac diseases. Those are the ones that could have been caught up during the examination at the original facility. But the acute infections that occurs could never have been picked up unless if it had started expressing itself at that time. But if the patient came with an acute infection, like bacterial infection that would result in pneumonia, it wouldn't have taken April, May, June, July, August, September. You wouldn't have expressed 5 months later.
Do I understand your, sorry, my lady. Do I understand your response, Dr. Lebete, correctly, where you're referring to a bacterial infection such as pneumonia?
Yes.
Yes.
Furthermore, Dr. Lebete, from your response now, I deduct that when a transfer is to be effected, be it one person, there must be a proper examination of such a person to be transferred. And if it's a mental health care user, it appears to me to be so much more of importance that it's done. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree, my lady. And that would probably be explained by the presence of the multidisciplinary teams in that respect.
And am I also correct, Dr. Lebete, that it was not uncommon for mental health care users to have comorbidities or to suffer from comorbidities?
Yes, mental health users, just like the general populations, do have comorbidities.
And Dr. Lebete, you've referred now as an example, if I understood you correctly, of comorbidities being diabetes, heart disease, for example. So, and these comorbidities are not uncommon in mental health care users.
Yes, my lady, as I've said earlier on, they are not uncommon, just like in the general population.
And may it please the court, my lady. We've also heard, Dr. Lebete, and if I understood your evidence correctly in this regard also, mental health care users become accustomed to a facility where they are being kept, if I can use that word, due to the fact that they find themselves in a structured environment. And such structured environment is important for their psychological well-being. Is that correct?
Whilst I'm not a psychiatrist or a mental specialist, it is true that mental health people do get accustomed to an environment, while on the other hand, they may be rejecting to a particular environment. But it becomes important that whatever situation they get exposed to, it be managed for their convenience and for them to be able to adapt to. So it's important for them to be assisted in terms of adapting to that particular situation. For instance, in hospitals, we do have patients that are mental, that move from district hospitals to regional hospitals, may be transferred to central hospitals, and may end up being in a specialized psychiatric hospital. In that term, their situation just has to be managed to suit their condition. But in terms of they needing to be in terms of long term in a structured situation, that is a fact, but that can be managed.
Continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Therefore, Dr. Lebeti, would you agree with me that prior to any transfers being effected on the scale of this project, it should be subject to intensive preparation and management?
It is true, my lady, that that situation needs to be managed, as we have been told about the multidisciplinary teams that were responsible for that situation, that is managing that particular situation.
Yes.
May it please the court, my lady. Thank you, Dr. Lebete, for your assistance. I have no further questions. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. Who is next?
My lady, I don't want to be presumptuous. I think it's me. I don't know if there's anybody else that, in terms of seniority, wants to go first.
I don't know. They are so quiet. Whoever wants to begin can begin, because I don't understand. They are the ones who suggested that we should follow the sequence. Yes.
Yes, my lady. I'm ready to proceed if the court will allow me.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Lebete. My name is Phyllis Foster, and I'm appearing on behalf of 4 families that lost their loved ones. All 4 of these deceased persons was transferred from Cullinan Care Centre to NGOs, 3 to Siabadinga and 1 to CCRC, just for your information. Doctor, I want to begin to ask you...
Come again, just a second. They were transferred from Cullinan?
Care Centre to NGOs.
Yes.
3 was transferred to Siabadinga, and then 1 remained at CCRC, but I assume to a different ward, but it was also then in an NGO.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, you testified that you are a medical doctor, is that correct? Can you please just put your qualifications, inform the court what is your qualifications? My lady, I think Dr. Lebete freeze, I think they will just rejoin. And I don't think he heard my introduction, so I'll have to start again.
Yes. Okay, let's just wait for him to return. I think I see it's a few minutes before 11 o'clock. Then I think let's wait for him so that we can take the break now and return after 15 minutes. We can, just a second.
Thank you, my lady.
Where are the evidence leaders? Are they helping the witness? Irene, can you check with them? She appears also not to be in the meeting.
Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Sure. My lady,
Yes.
I've just spoken to Mr. Late on the phone. I think everyone in his office has lost their connectivity, so it might be a convenient time to take the tea break now. until they sort themselves
Please
out.
try to communicate with them. Let them sort out that connection. We can resume at 11:15.
As the court pleases.
Okay, thank you very
Court,
much.
my lady.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Hello.
Morning, my lady.
Okay, good morning.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes.
May I address the court, my lady?
Yes.
We lost our cable connection in the office, and we are now on my personal Wi-Fi hotspot. I hope the data will last. In the meantime, I'm going to try and get something done regarding our cable network.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Put off your camera, Mr. Sibara, unless if you want to address the court.
Activity, so I'm reconnecting.
Oh,
so
yes.
yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
but I didn't hear you. I think you had muted your mic.
Sorry, my
It's
apology,
fine.
madam.
Just let's try to save time. Miss Foster?
As good, please, my lady, I'm ready to proceed. Dr. Lebete, I'll just start at the beginning. I think you did not hear me. You lost connectivity when I introduced myself. I just want to put on record, my name is Phyllis Foster, and I'm appearing on behalf of 4 families who lost their loved ones during this tragedy. The deceased persons were all 4 of them came from Cullinan Care Centre. Can you hear me?
Can we check with the witness? Can you hear me, Mr. Dr. Lebete? Dr. Lebete, are you back?
My lady, I'm here, yes, but I couldn't hear what counsel was saying.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I do hear you, my lord.
Okay,
but
let's
I couldn't hear.
wait. Please tell us if you can't hear, right?
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, continue, Ms. Foster.
Thank you. Dr. Lebete, my name is Phyllis Foster. Do you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm appearing on behalf of 4 families who has lost their loved ones. Just to put you in the picture, the 4 families were all coming from Cullinan Care Centre. The deceased was transferred to NGOs out of Cullinan Care Centre, where they have been accommodated for years. And 3 of them were transferred to Siabadinga, the NGO. And then 1 remained or was transferred to CCRC, who was also then an NGO at that stage. Dr. Lebete, my first question to you is I want to know you have placed on record that you are a medical practitioner. Can you please put on record your qualifications?
Yes, the medical ones and MBCHB. I also have a BSc Med honors in reproductive medicine. I've also done occupational medicine. Then I have studied and did a course in clinical forensic medicine. That is the one for examining the victim's sexual assault and physical assault patients.
Thank you. When did you start your career at the Department of Health?
I started working in the Department of Health in 2006 on the 1st of March as a medical advisor.
As a medical advisor?
That's what he is.
A medical advisor.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently unemployed. I've just left the department 4 months ago.
When you left the department 4 months ago, what was the position that you had at that stage?
I was the CEO of the Dr. George Mukari Academic Hospital.
You are currently legally represented by the state attorney that acts on behalf of the Department of Health. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Dr. Lebete, did anybody discuss this matter with you prior to your testimony today? Or prior to your testimony that started yesterday? I apologize.
No.
No
Except
consultation.
my counsel, I was discussing with my counsel.
Only with you. So you went through preparation of your testimony and you went through the documents and you discussed the tenure of this whole project with your counsel. Is that correct?
We did look into it, especially those that pertains to me.
Dr. Lebete, can you please tell the court, as the acting DGG of clinical services, what was your duties?
What was?
What was your duties? What were you the DGG of? Which departments fell under you at that stage?
Yes, this
As a DDG or as an acting DGG?
I'll apologize, my lady. I will put it as an acting DGG, as stated in his paragraph 3 of his statement. I apologize. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. It's a very large portfolio. It has under it 8 chief directorates, and some of them put together. Some are clinical, and some are clinical support.
Some are clinical, the other ones are clinical support. Okay.
Clinical support. Let's start with the clinical ones. That would be hospital services. That will be district services. That would include the hospital services would include the central hospitals, the regional, the tertiary, the regional, and the district hospitals, and that comes to about 34 hospitals, 2 of which came in during my tenure. And then there would be the 5 districts.
This will be how many hospitals? Central, tertiary, and regional?
Regional and district.
Yes, this will be how many?
It's a total of 34, and that includes the specialized hospitals.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. Will the specialized hospitals? I apologize, my lady.
Continue.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. The specialized hospitals, will that be Weskaapie, Sterkfontein, Tara?
Yes, it includes those 3, and it will include the dental hospitals.
So the 3 psychiatric hospitals plus the dental hospitals.
Yes. And then there would be nursing. There would be quality assurance. On the clinical support, there would be forensic medical services, which is forensic pathology and clinical forensic. There will be EMS. There will be a medical supply depot. And then there will be HIV, AIDS, and the others, yeah. Now, that is as structured, but my functionality was basically going far beyond this. Now, all this that I have mentioned, they take in excess of about 2/3 of the rest of the departments. That's what makes it very big. Each of them, the chief directorates, will have about 3 to 4 directorates, and then there will be sub-directorates going through the province. And then there will be some other responsibilities, which I don't know whether you'd like me to name.
No, it's not necessary because I don't think it's.
No, I have.
Please, we have to limit your evidence. Otherwise, let's go to the relevant parts while we are here. Thank you very much.
Dr. Lebete, can you just explain the hierarchy during the tenure of 2015 and 2016? We had the Minister of Health. Who was that at that stage? Who was the Minister
2014,
2015, 2016, my lady?
Dr. Aaron Mutsaledi.
Just a second. Yes.
And then next, underneath the minister will be the premier, is that correct?
Yes, it would come to the premier with us.
Yes.
And who was the premier during that stage, 2015 to 2016?
Premier Makura.
Same.
Okay. And then underneath Mr. Makura will be the MEC, Ms. Kodani Maflangu, is that correct?
Yes.
And who will then result under her? Will that be you?
The HOD.
Is that you?
HOD, head of department.
Oh, the HOD. I apologize.
Who was?
And that was?
It was Dr. Silvana.
Yes.
Then under Dr. Salibane?
It would be the DDGs.
And you will fall in that category. Is that
Yes.
correct? As an acting DGP.
Yeah.
And then under you?
Under me would be chief directors of those that I had mentioned.
For clinical services at that stage, 2015, 2016, who was the chief director?
At the earlier stage, she ended up leaving. It was Dr. Mazamisa.
Dr.
Mazamisa. And then she left, I think, towards the end of 2015.
And then under the chief directorate, who will then be underneath the chief directorate?
The chief director would deal with CEOs of hospitals.
And underneath the CEO of hospitals?
Then it would be their executives at those particular facilities.
Dr. Lebete, can you please tell the court where will Mr. Mosenogi fit in?
Mr. Mosenogi was the chief director, what do we call it? But he was directly under the policy. He was responsible for policy. Those were reporting directly to the HOD.
So let me just get you correctly. He will then report directly to Dr. Silabanu. I will not report to you.
No.
During your testimony, you said he was the deputy. Did I misunderstood you?
Who?
Mr. Mosenogi, you said he was a deputy. Did I misunderstood your testimony?
Just
If-
yes.
If you mean in terms of the project team, he was the project manager.
In a question by Mr. Hodes, he asked you, what does ex officio project manager means? And you said that they must approach you whenever they need assistance or need advice. Did I understand that part of your testimony correctly?
Yes, I would be available as and when they need me. And that was a proposal by Mr. Mosenogi.
And in your statement, you also testified or related in your statement that you will attend the report back meetings. So reports
Yes,
will be given to you.
some-
They will report back to you on whatever happened. Is that correct?
particularly to me, it was the meetings that were handled by HOD or MEC, so I'll be part of that. Those meetings sometimes, and not always, as I have mentioned earlier on.
Dr. Lebete, how many statements?
Just a second, Council.
Sorry, I apologize, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Can you please tell the court the date that you became involved in Project Marathon? What date was that again?
I was nominated, but I never got fully involved, which is what I explained on the day of that.
But is there a specific date that you can give the court on this date I became involved?
No, I think Mr. Mosenogi will be able to do that when the day he nominated me.
Dr. Lebete, how many statements under oath did you make regarding this matter?
About 3 or so.
About 3?
Two or three, I'm not sure.
Did you testify during the arbitration hearing?
No, I did not.
Is there any specific reason?
Just hold it there. You are too fast, Ms. Foster.
I apologize, my lady.
I need to understand your evidence.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Was there any specific reason why you did not testify during the arbitration hearing?
People who went to the arbitration were called. I wasn't called.
Continue.
Dr. Lebete, if I refer you to Exhibit E1, the statement contained on page 527 of case lines.
Hold just a minute. Five, 2, 7. That's 7. Hmm? 5, 2, 7. Oh, okay. This one.
My lady, I think Mr. Sibara's microphone is on. Thank you.
Is it okay? He put it off. No?
My lady, I don't want to interrupt my friend. Because of our connectivity problems, I would like to ask to refer to the page and the paragraph in the hard copy of the statement. The witness does have a hard copy of the statement in front of him.
Okay. I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Dr. Lebete, all I want you to do is to look at Exhibit E1, the hard copy that you have in front of you. And my question to you is, did you draft this statement yourself? Did you write it yourself? Did you type it yourself?
I didn't type it, but I wrote it, yeah.
You wrote the statement yourself and then it was typed and you commissioned it on the 22nd of February 2019.
Yes.
Okay. And when you commissioned it, did you go to
Just
a
go
police?
slow, Miss. Okay, continue, but be mindful that people are taking notes and they would like to cross-examine the witness.
Oh, thank you, my lady. The statement was commissioned on the last page, page number 533, on the 22nd day of February 2019, and you have done the commissioning at the police station. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then we already have the evidence on record that the hard copy of Exhibit E2, the statement that you made under Cullinan CAS 135 of 9 of 2016 was drafted in your own handwriting.
Is it this one that I'm having?
It's the handwritten statement that was marked.
Please refer the witness to the particular page. You have just referred the witness to E1. Is it not possible to do that and finish with E1 before you take him to the second statement?
I'm not going to ask any other questions on E1. I'm finished with E1 for now.
Then refer him properly to E2.
Dr. Lebete, I refer you to Exhibit E2. It's the handwritten statement under Cullinan CAS 135 of 9, 2016. And on case lines, I will just get for record purposes, the case number, the page number is 5153.
Yes,
You have the statement? You can show it again to me, then I can just confirm. Yeah, it looks like the correct one. This statement you have written by on your own handwriting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've commissioned this statement on the 8th of January 2018.
Yes.
Again at the police station.
Yes.
Dr. Lebete, I now want to refer you to a statement that you made on case lines. It's page number 18752. It is a statement that you made in the application, the urgent application brought by Sadah.
Can you refer me to the page number?
18752, my lady. Oh, I apologize, 18734. I apologize, sorry.
Where does the statement start? 18734. It looks like this, the next page. Where is page 1 of the statement? Because I see these are headings, and on page 18736, it starts from 1.5.
Oh, my lady, sorry, on my case lines, it's 18734. If I can just scroll down.
Just scroll down, because I don't have the first part of the statement where the names show. I just see the headings here.
But just give me 1 second.
Can you assist us, the evidence leader and Ms. Woko? Do you have the same pages that I'm having?
One 8735, my lady.
Yes, from there, as you scroll down, when you are on 18737, it starts from 18736. The statement starts at paragraph 1.5. We don't know.
That's Mr. Nuku's statement.
That we don't know who is the author of that statement, or whose statement it is.
Yes, correct, my lady.
Okay.
My lady?
Yes.
If I may assist, there is a statement by Dr. Lebete at page 18333.
Okay, let me go back.
18333. I don't know if that is the document my learned friend's referring to.
That is indeed the correct document, my lady. I don't.
Yes, this is much better. I just hope it is the same document. I think it carries the same case number.
I just want to check one paragraph, then I can confirm. I've read the statement. Indeed, that's correct statement, my lady.
If you look at this one, yes, it tallies with page 18334, tallies with page 18736. Starting from the paragraph that I've just highlighted, 1.5.
Indeed, sir, my lady.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Kasim. So we must proceed on this one, right? The one on page 18333.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay.
Dr. Lebete, my question is as follows, that this statement was drafted by you and signed by yourself on the 20th of December 2015. It was sworn to on the 20th of December 2015.
Yes.
So my question to you is, you made a statement in an urgent application brought by Sadag, and you deposed to this affidavit in December 2015 already. That is long before any of the patients has passed away, any of the medical care, healthcare users, there was reports of any death.
Yes. Now, if you look at my earlier statement, in paragraph number 9, I think I explained in the paragraph the circumstances of my having signed that statement.
You see, Dr. Lebete, my problem with the following is that in your statement you said that you made the statement because Dr. Silabane was not available. Is that correct?
Yes, I say I signed it. If you look at this statement, it has to do with the intricacies, operational day-to-day activities of that project, which, as you may know, I wasn't part of. So on that day, as I explained under paragraph number 9, is that the HOD wasn't there, and then the lawyers for the department, whom I didn't brief, but they were taking information and consulting with Dr. Manamela and giving the intricacies of what the situation is and the ongoings of the project. Now, the situation in the department is that if a statement or any other correspondence is to be done with the outside, the person who has to sign it is the person who at that stage represent the department. But then the information has to come from where in the cold phase where this information originates. So in this case, it's Dr. Manamela who gave this statement, gave the facts as they were written down by the advocates and the lawyers, and I just quickly read through it and made sure with her that the facts were true, and that if Mr. Musenuki agrees to that, and indeed she ascertains that those were the facts, and she signed again at the bottom of that statement to that effect. So I then signed as an HOD, acting HOD for that time.
Dr. Lebete, on page 18734, 18734, I apologize.
Yeah, just hold it there.
18734.
One page. Can I get the page number?
It's 18334, my lady.
Yes. The next page.
Yeah, this type, this where it says I, Ruben Lebete, the names appear of the person who's making the statement. Lebete, Ruben, Richard Lebete.
So it is appearing on the very first page of the statement.
Yes.
Page 18333.
Thank you, my lady. Yes, that's correct. The first page I'm referring to of the statement that it says, I, Dr. Lebete, Ruben, Richard Lebete, declare.
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Please go to the last page of the statement.
Page?
Now I just have to find the last page. I had it at 18750, but obviously my page number is not correct. Ms. Hasim, if you are quicker than me, please assist. I'm looking for the last page with a conclusion.
Well, lady, the signature's at 18371.
Thank you very much, Mr.
I beg your pardon, that's the confirmatory affidavit.
18365.
Wait. Let's just go slow. I'm still scrolling the document.
Yes, it's 18365. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
183. Let me see. I'm just there. 18365. Thank you, Mr. Woodis.
On that page, Dr. Lebete, it says, conclusion, I submit that the applicants have not shown any cause for the above honourable court to grant the urgent relief sought, and accordingly the application should be struck off the roll or dismissed. Whose signature is appearing on that page?
That's my signature.
The next paragraph says, I certify that the deponent has acknowledged that he knows and understands the contents of this affidavit, which was signed and sworn to before me at Sandton on this 20th day of December 2015. And then a commissioner of oath signed. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you took the oath as the deponent of this statement, saying that you know the contents and has acknowledged and understands the contents of this affidavit. Is that correct?
I don't want to.
Yes, on the basis of what I said earlier on, it was with the belief, and I had ensured that Dr. Manamela was sure of what was in here. And this was also through the advice of the legal people who were there. Because this statement was drawn with legal persons, yeah.
I understand that, Dr. Lebete, but my problem is the following. It's not Dr. Manamela's name that appears on the statement, it's yours.
Objection, my lady. What the problem? What does that pose a problem for my learned friend? if the witness has explained that at the time he was acting HOD for a few days, Dr. Manamela has obtained the necessary factual background for people who were involved and who were operational. I think Ms. Foster's objection does not take into account that Mr. Lebete's evidence so far has been that he was not operational.
Yes, it's very clear that he didn't deal with the operational issues, and he has explained what was happening in the department if one of the people is not present. Miss Foster, let's hear you.
Sorry, my lady, I'm now completely,
can you hear
I
me?
really don't understand that. If a witness says, I've sworn under oath that I know the contents of this statement, how can the court then take into account?
I'm reiterating what she wants to say. It's what the witness has told the court.
But then she can cross-examine him on that, my lady. I'm busy, or she can re-examine him.
No, she is objecting to the question that you are putting to the witness. In other words, the witness has explained the circumstances that prevailed at the time he signed that statement. And he says that is in the statement. So that's how I understand the objection. Is it not your objection, Ms. Siboko?
Correct, my lady.
So what I understand from this objection, she's trying to say to the court, she doesn't understand why the line of cross-examination, taking into account that the witness has explained those circumstances under which he was asked to sign the document on the basis of the fact that there was a court case, they had to answer, and at the time, the HOD, who was Mr. Dr. Solovani, was not present. So him, as the acting HOD, had to sign. He was requested. In other words, that information came from that particular department or section that dealt with operational issues. He says, I was not dealing with operational issues. I was in clinical services, but by virtue of me acting at the time, in the absence of the person who was in charge, I was requested to sign on their behalf. Yet the information was provided by Dr. Manamela.
As a court, please.
Is it clear now?
My lady, the court will, let me just continue with the cross-examination because I will put it to
but we have to hear what you want to ask the witness. It's correct, yes. In other words, what she's trying to say is to say to you that as you are cross-examining him, you must take that into account. That's how I understand it. You can continue. Yes.
Dr. Lebete, I will put it to you that then you lied under oath because you took an oath and you gave facts in a statement.
Objection. Ms. Foster is not going to.
I already asked previously that I can just finish my question and then the court will know what the objection is about. That was a ruling made by this court previously.
Let her finish the question and then I'll give you the opportunity before the witness responds. Yes.
But I'm objecting to the use of the word lie towards this witness when there's a confirmatory affidavit of Dr. Mosenyuki in relation to that founding affidavit.
We hear that. I'll give you that opportunity. Can you finish your statement, your sentence?
Thank you, my lady. Because this statement, you testified under oath that you have knowledge of the contents, but you testified today under oath again that you had no knowledge of any of the facts contained in the statement. My lady, and I will go further than that. The confirmatory statement was made by Dr. Silabanu, who was present, and he signed his confirmatory statement on the same date as you, on the 20th of December 2015.
Thank you, Ms. Siboko.
I object to the unfair discrediting of the witness, and Ms. Foster is supposed to be required to withdraw the use of the word lie towards this witness, because what she's put to the witness now negates every piece of evidence that has been placed before your ladyship in respect of what transpired in the department around the same time at which Dr. Lebete deposed to the affidavit. Dr. Lebete has told you just a few minutes ago, I don't know if Ms. Foster was here, but he did say that he is head of clinical services. Under him, 34 witnesses. All of those things tried to delineate his proximity or absence thereof towards operations. And I request Ms. Foster to retract the word lie towards this witness.
Ms. Foster?
Dr. Lebete, I'll put it to you that you did not tell the truth when you made this statement under oath that you had known the contents and the facts of this affidavit. You testified before this court that the reason why you signed this affidavit was because the HOD, Dr. Silabanu, was not available. My lady, I see that Dr. Lebete is looking at Mr. Light. Is he busy talking to him, or may I please continue?
Objection.
Just a second, let me check what is happening. Dr. Lebete, are you talking to someone?
No.
Okay.
Ms.
I can
Lebete,
for the record say that we can see Mr. Light's reflection in the window behind Dr. Lebete.
I don't see anything here.
Jesus.
I don't know. I don't know whether the other colleagues see what I'm not seeing. I don't see anything. And the witness,
I don't see anything.
the position of the witness, it's not suspicious. I don't see anything. I don't know what Mrs. Foster is seeing. Yes, Ms. Boko? Are you still standing by your objection?
I do, my lady. The opposite of truth and truth is lies.
Thank you. No, he's now okay. She's now saying you are not telling the truth. I'm just saying the crux of the objection, other than withdrawing the word lie.
Maintains, my lady.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Foster?
I'm not sure what the objection is. My question to the witness was that his reason for why he signed the affidavit is because Dr. Silabanu was not available, cannot be correct because a confirmatory affidavit was signed by Dr. Silabanu on the same day of the 20th of December 2015 when he signed this statement.
My lady.
And the confirmatory affidavit of Dr. Silabanu can be found at page number 18754 and 18755. To that same affidavit, the confirmatory affidavit was also made by Mr. Mosanoki. 18754.
You say it was made on the same day?
That's correct, my lady.
Can I quickly look at that?
My lady, it's 18373. I apologize. 18373.
It's not here.
This one, it's not signed. The one on page 18373. I don't know where you get the date. The one that I have here is not signed. There is no attestation or commissioning. I don't know with the other colleagues.
Can the court please go to page 18755?
18755.
18.
It's also not signed. don't know where you got the dates.
On page 18754, my lady, that's where I got the date.
18754.
Yes. There's the statement of Mr. Mosonogi.
But if you look, do we have a portion where he signed the statement? What I see here, okay, this one has got a date for the commissioning, which is the 26th. It's not that legible. I don't know whether this is, it looks like it's the 26th of December 2015. And this statement that the witness, is it the 20th? I can't see this number properly. It's not that legible. I don't know. Ms. Soboko and the evidence leader and the other counsel, do you look at this date and maybe you can assist me, but the date that is before me on page 18754. I see a 2 and it looks, I'm not sure whether this is a 20 or a 26th of December.
My 26, to me it appears to be 26 or 25.
That's why initially I said 26, but for one to conclude that is the 20th and we should be arguing about this, I don't know.
Hello, can I just refer the court to page 18370? That's the confirmatory statement of Dr. Manamela. And on page 18371, the date can be seen as 20 December 2015.
Just a second, please, Miss. Which page is that?
18370 and 18371.
But before we go there, can we clear this one? If there is anybody else who is able to see this date on page 18754.
My lady, does the evidence leader not perhaps have the original affidavit?
That's where I'm heading, in fact. That's why I said even the Ms. Soboko and the evidence leader must assist.
My lady,
you should be having the hard copy of the statement.
It's documents from the arbitration hearing via email. And this is the best document that I have. It looks to me like 26. I just want to go
it looks at?
It looks like 26 of December.
Yes, but other colleagues I see is the yes.
I concur. It looks like a 26 of December.
So I saw it correctly because even myself, I saw it as 26. But it's not that legible.
My lady, I will leave my questioning at the following. Sorry?
What are you saying, Ms. Foster?
I will leave the argument at that to put to Dr. Lebete that the statement that he made on behalf of his reason for making it on behalf of the HOD and Dr. Manamela cannot be correct because all three parties, according to the documents that is on case lines, there's confirmatory affidavits of Dr. Manamela, Dr. Silabanu, as well as Mr. Nosanogi attached to his affidavit.
So, but now the question that you have just asked relates to a different date, and you had submitted that to the witness. You have put it to the witness to say the date, the date of Dr. Mosonego's statement. It's the 20th of December. So, are you withdrawing that?
Well, I don't think it's relevant because the crux of the matter is that Dr. Lebete testified that he was not aware.
But my question is, are you withdrawing that?
I'm not withdrawing that, my lady. The crux is all these confirmatory statements were signed in December 2015.
Okay.
If it's the 20th or the 26th, that's irrelevant for purposes of my argument. My argument
okay,
remains.
it's fine. Just so that we shouldn't be talking at the same time. All what I was saying is that, are you retracting the statement to say that you have just put to the witness to say it cannot be correct that he signed that document on the very same date on which Dr. Mosenori also signed the statement, in that it cannot be correct that Mr. Mosenori was not available at the time.
My lady, I'm not going to withdraw the question. What I will do is we can ask Mr. Mosenori when he comes to testify.
That's fine, but the court will note that this date is not legible, and it could, for one to conclude that it was signed on the very same date that the witness had also signed his statement, that is the 20th of December, because this could be another date as we look at the document, that is the statement on page 18754. So your argument now is that all the statements referring to the witness statement and the confirmatory statements by Dr. Mosenori and Dr. Manamela were signed in December 2015. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Let me just make a note here. Continue.
Dr. Lebete, on paragraph 2 of this specific
Where are we now? Because we have been going up and down. Just tell us, give us the date again.
Page 18334, my lady, paragraph 2.
18334. Yes.
You deposed on this affidavit that you have read the affidavit of Cassandra Chambers before dealing with the allegations, contentions, arguments, and raised in the aforesaid affidavit. I'm advised that it might assist the proper understanding of the position as I outlined in broad terms. So my question here is, did you read the affidavit of Ms. Chambers?
Can I just, 18334 you said?
That's correct, Dr. Lebete.
Paragraph 2.
183.
Just read it, take your time, and then you'll respond after you shall have read it.
Search, find page.
Just briefly.
Okay, where is it? 1.5?
No, paragraph 2. Just go down.
No, but my 18334 has page 405 on it.
Yes, just go down. You've got 1.5, 1.6. You pass that as you scroll down. You will get paragraph 2.
Lady, if you just give us some leeway here, the case lines froze up on us.
Okay, that's fine.
Got it now?
Number 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
I at that time, because this happened on the
Did you
night.
read that paragraph before you go anywhere? I don't want you to be responding before you read the paragraph. Are you finished reading the paragraph?
Let me go through it.
Please.
Yes, I have read it.
Yes, you can answer. The question was, did you read the statement of Miss Cassandra Chambers?
I did quickly read through it in as much as I did quickly read this, and this was during the night of that day. Maybe just to take advantage of this, when I signed this, it was around between 23 and 22 and 24 hours at night at the at the police station, and so
it was between 23
11 o'clock and 12 o'clock. It was at night. It was almost in the middle of the night. So it can't have been that it was signed on the same day by different people, because this happened in Sandton. But yes, I did quickly go through that statement.
Yes, Ms. Foster. Continue, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, so you did read through the statement, and can you see line number 4 of paragraph 2? It says, I outline in broad terms why the application is not urgent and it is bad in law. Can you see that line?
My lady? My lady?
Yes, I'm listening.
I beg your pardon that I'm interjecting again, but I don't see the relevance of what was going on in the urgent application which SADC brought against the department in that year. The relevance thereof to the proceedings today and the question or the issue for determination.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Foster, your response?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, my submission at the end of the day, it will be that Dr. Lebete knew what the purpose of this statement was. And the court or anybody else could, in the face of this statement, relied on this statement. Due to his statement, at the end of the day, an order was made by the court to not allow SADC's urgent application to appoint curatos ad lictem. At the end of the day, our argument will be that this statement was the beginning of this whole tragedy. So we will go through this statement, and Dr. Lebete can testify what he acknowledged and what he cannot acknowledge. But if this application was not set aside, and SADC could have appointed curatos ad litem, and the settlement agreement could have been adhered to, then we would not have been in the situation today. 144 people would not have died. And that is where I'm going with this statement.
Hey, Ms. Savoko?
My lady, I don't think Mrs. Foster needs to go back to the urgency of that application for her to bring across her point or her objection before you today. The circumstances and the background of that SADC versus Department of Health application are history now. If there is anything that Ms. Foster knows about Dr. Lebete, which relates to the death or the dying of the 144 souls with which you are seized today, I don't see how the urgency or the absence thereof is going to assist her in her cross-examination or in the issue that you need to establish.
I do not see the relevance of this evidence where it is going with regard to assisting in these proceedings. Can we move on? The question is not allowed.
I will just then make a statement to Dr. Lebete. Dr. Lebete, I will put it to you if you took proper care in the drafting and the signing of that statement on that day, then the court would not have established that there was no conduct of failure. Oh, no, let me just rephrase that. I will put it to you that if you did take proper care, given and the drafting and the signing of that statement, the court at that stage would have come to a different conclusion, and that would not have led to the tragedy. And I will further put it to you that the fact that you did not tell the truth under oath in that statement, at the end of the day, I will argue that the court cannot take into account what you testify under oath today.
Ms. Seboko?
Objection. We still don't know which part in that founding affidavit Dr. Lebete lied. We still don't know that if there was any untruth, or if I follow the evidence, or I mean the questioning of Ms. Foster, SADC did not review this application, and I don't see how she is able to link just by questioning a witness that the success of the department in their application caused the deaths of the people. I don't know how my learned friend makes that connection, and on what is it based?
Ms. Foster, if you, yes?
I see now Ms. Seboko is withdrawing a question of her objection because she said I did not prove. The court stopped me and said that my question was not allowed and that the question was not relevant. So that's why I could not proceed into the statement to point out to the court why I say so, because there was an objection and the court stopped me.
Yes. Continue.
Now, am I now allowed?
But now also there is no foundation of the statement that you are putting to the witness. So now I persist on that after the court has not allowed you to ask that question. If you can take another line of questioning, because the question wasn't allowed. Yes.
I understand that, but then the objection of Ms. Seboko is also not allowed.
In any event, what you are putting now to the witness has no foundation. It's not based on anything, because even yourself, you are conceding to that.
No, my lady, I'm not conceding to that.
Yes, but I'm just, yes, as it is, you can't go back to what the court has ruled against.
I understand that, my lady, but then there was another objection by Ms. Seboko, who said to the court that I did not prove, but the court stopped me. So her
yes, but we can't revisit that argument. The court has made a ruling. Can we please move forward? Yes, continue.
Mr. Lebete, Dr. Lebete, I also want to refer you, we still remain with your evidence stating that you only became involved in this project after the patient has passed away. I want to refer you to minutes of the meeting of the 17th of January 2016, of which meeting you were part of. And that can be found on page 18552 of the record.
Page?
18552, my lady.
18552?
18552.
Go down here.
It's supposed to be a first page, my lady, of a meeting held at the HOD boardroom dated 6 January 2016.
I thought you were saying the 17th of January. I don't know.
How do we change that?
I see the first page of that meeting started on page 18550.
18550.
Yeah, that's correct, my lady. It says minutes of the Esidimeni contract termination meeting between GOOH and the stakeholders, and it's dated 6 January 2016.
Yes, I'm on the page.
Thank you. The specific paragraph that I want to refer Dr. Lebete to can be found on page 18554. And it's the second bullet point.
Page 18554.
That's correct, my lady.
Just a minute. 553.
Yes.
Are you there, Dr. Lebete?
Yes.
Dr. Lebete, I will read it for you. Dr. Lebete noted concerns that were raised by stakeholders, but stressed that the department has a mandate from the Premier, MEC, and stakeholders to deliver the project and on time. Can you see that?
Where is this? Let me see.
It's the second bullet point, my lady.
Oh,
on
yes,
page
the second one. Yes, I see. I don't know whether the witness has been able to. Oh, you have got the hard copy, ne?
No, no, not that one. I'm turning the computer around to have a look at it. Yes, I'm looking at that.
So on the 6th of January 2016, you were present at a meeting, and the minutes of this meeting reflects that you noted concerns that were raised by stakeholders. Can you please tell the court what were those concerns?
May I just first check who
Please take your time, doctor. It's no
who
problem.
wrote these minutes? Yes, I see the minutes, but the truth of the matter is that I haven't been in a meeting with the Premier whereby he needed delivery for this project, other than the meetings that were held in the department. So yes, in terms of the department, it was important that the project be undertaken, and as I have outlined there.
As you outlined.
As I have said, I mean, a decision had been taken, a decision which I do not know where it was taken. And the decision at that time, I think it's when that the letter had been written to Life Esidimeni and the likes, and the employees of the, let me say management knew about this, and that there was a need to go ahead with it.
Dr. Lebete, we have it now that on this minutes of the meeting, it took place on the 6th of January 2016. You were an attendee of this meeting. On page 18554, bullet point 2, it says Dr. Lebete noted concerns that were raised by stakeholders. My question to you is, what concerns were noted and who were the stakeholders?
I would know the stakeholders unless if I have the attendance list with me, but probably it would have been the clinicians, it would have been the nurses, but the concerns are the same concerns that were expressed all along, that related to the time and the methods in which the patients were to be moved, not big tranches at the time. So these were the concerns that had been expressed all along in all meetings. Thank you.
Just a second, Ms. Foster. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, if I understand the rest of that sentence correctly, it says that you stressed that there's a mandate, the Premier, the MEC, and the stakeholders, that they must deliver on the project and on time. So you stressed the fact that although there was concerns, there was an instruction that there must be delivery on the project. Do you agree with me?
I hear that, but as I explained earlier on, I've never been in a meeting with the Premier whereby he expressed this.
Yeah, but I'm not saying the Premier was present at the meeting. I'm saying to you that you were present on this meeting and you informed the other people that raised concerns that I note your concerns, but we must deliver on this project and in time.
Yes, I hear you. But my point here is that I have never been, not in that meeting, in any other meeting with the Premier whereby this project was discussed.
Just hold it there. Continue, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, so we now know from this minutes of the meeting that you were involved in December 2015, you made an affidavit. In January 2016, you attended a meeting. So you were involved in this specific project at least since December 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, but like I explained,
Just hold it there. What is the response?
The response is, like I explained in the affidavit, I was in and out of meetings. In some of the meetings I wouldn't be in. Sometimes I'll be at the beginning of the meeting, sometimes just at the end of the meeting. And I had explained in the affidavit that you'll find lots of gaps in what I say because of that exposure.
Thank you. Continue, Ms. Foster.
Thank you. Dr. Lebete, I will put it to you that in your statement, you said in paragraph, and I'm referring to Exhibit E1, if you just find the correct paragraph, I'm sorry. Paragraph 5 on page 528. It's the fourth line from the bottom of paragraph 5. It starts with "from there, the meetings." Can you find the paragraph?
Paragraph 5. Is it the paragraph that starts with "post that meeting"?
That is correct indeed.
So,
the fourth line from the bottom, it says, "From there, the meetings that I attended were not project meetings, but rather report back meetings." Are you with me?
yes.
Then it says, "Given my responsibility, I would arrive late in meetings or the start of the meeting, but leave before the end."
Okay, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did I understand your testimony now correctly, that you will come in early in the meeting and then leave and then not be there, or at the end of the meeting?
Yes,
Right,
it
90
will
centimeter.
happen. I think
So
it's
which
in
one
line.
is it?
Yeah, it's in line with this, yes.
But which one? Did you arrive late and leave early, or did you arrive early, leave in between, or arrive only at the end and did not hear the beginning?
My responsibilities as the DDG clinical services included having to sometimes attend at serious adverse events at hospitals, including complaints. And as maybe if I had explained what it entails, all of it, you'd have understood. So if something happens at a hospital that demands that I attend to it, then I would be responsive to that. Now, this is in the backdrop of our realizing the fact that there are day-to-day core activities of the Department of Health, specifically the majority of which are clinical related. And this one was a project that had a project team with a number of people who were dealing with it. Now, when the demands are on the other clinical aspects, at the moment that demands comes up, it became imperative that I respond to it. And this is it's explained in the case of Sizwe, whereat we were in a strategic session. But when that call came about Sizwe almost being buried, I left that session. And for the rest of that day, I wasn't in there dealing with the Sizwe issue. So that's the circumstances under which I was working.
Except for the Sizwe issues, was any other issues brought to your attention by either Mr. Mosanoge or Dr. Sarabano or Dr. Maramela for that matter, before the Sizwe issue?
I don't understand. That relates to?
Any issues, any problems. You said that they must approach you if they need assistance. Did anybody approach you before the Sizwe the issue, as you refer it to, before that? Did anybody approach you with problems or seeking your advice or assistance with anything?
There has been assistance at some stage. Mr. Musenuki requested me to call the CEO of Kalinen Care Rehabilitation Center when they were having problems, to call her to the department so as that they could resolve some of those issues that came up.
Who was that? Who was the person that you had to call?
Memnyatu.
Sorry, just come again?
Memnyatu, she's a witness.
And when was this?
I think it was around June, July, somewhere around there.
Of which year? 2016?
2016, yeah.
And what was the problems with CCRC?
It was these issues of Siabadinga, the NGOs being in the CCRC vicinity.
Dr. Lebete, who took the decision to move the patients from CCRC to Siabadinga or other NGOs?
No, I wouldn't know that. I'm not conversant with that.
Do you know why the decision was taken?
No, neither do I know why.
Just hold it there. Continue.
As the ex officio project manager, did nobody discuss this with you?
No, I was told after that meeting that there was an NGO that was in the hospital vicinity that had challenges, and it's on those bases that they call in Memnyatu to discuss what it was and take action on it. But as to the decision and when that was taken, I am not conversant with it.
Dr. Lebete, the patients, the medical healthcare users, was moved from CCRC and placed into an NGO. And the reason provided, or the evidence so far on record, was to make space for Life Esidimeni medical care health users. Can you explain that?
Well, like I say, I'm not conversant with that, but like it's been said, it becomes imperative that it probably was one of the reasons why that happened. But this is in the backdrop of my having explained that I wasn't involved in the operational thing, so I wouldn't know what decisions were being taken and what was being implemented.
In your opinion, does it make sense to move medical healthcare users out of a facility into an NGO just to move other mental health care users into that same facility? So you uproot medical healthcare users that have been staying there for years on end, move them just to move other medical healthcare users in. Does it make sense?
Well, it depends. I mean, the people who are there within the facility would know what is necessary to be done. And like if you check around this time, whereby we have the COVID era, it does happen that when there's an upsurge, we repurpose part of the hospital for a particular reason, so as to be able to accommodate the newly infected COVID people. There'll be an area that is an ICU that may have been used as a ward, but during the time of demand, there would be some repurposing that happens. And this is just an explanation, but I don't know what was the reasoning as pertains to what happened in Cullinan Care Rehabilitation Center.
Okay, and we also know that COVID was not a reality during 2015 and 2016, so that could not have been, but I understand your explanation.
That's it. Repurposing, I mean, this always happens in repurposing.
But as the project manager, you don't know of any reason. Is that correct?
No, I wasn't the project manager, but I do not know what those reasons were.
Dr. Lebete, to your knowledge, did Life Esidimeni ever initiate the cancellation of the contract, the SLA, with the department?
Did they ever initiate the cancellation
of the SLA with the Department of Health?
Life Esidimeni.
Ms. Walker, do you want to say something?
Yes, I want to object. That evidence is before the court from the very pertinent witness, Dr. Mkhatshwa himself, the circumstances of the cancellation and how it was conveyed to Life Esidimeni at the time.
But now, are you objecting to the question?
I'm objecting to the question being repeated when that evidence was given by somebody who is a CEO who was participating and that to whom the cancellation was communicated to.
Ms. Foster?
My lady, I assume Mr. Boko is appearing on behalf of the Department of Health. The Department of Health is accusing Life Esidimeni that they gained from, and that this was a business and they profited from this contract.
So what is your question is?
To the Department of, to Dr. Lebete, I want to know if he's aware of if Life Esidimeni ever initiated the cancellation of the contract, the SLA agreement.
My lady, correct. I act for the Department of Health. I do not represent the Department of Health. I represent Dr. Lebete, who is no longer in the employ of the government, who at the time was not involved in the procurement issues. I think this is the evidence that Dr. Lebete tendered under when he was being led by Advocate Late, to say that finance or the SCM division was busy with the procurement and the termination of that contract, not himself. Okay. And I want to correct Ms. Foster in case the line of questioning is premised on a wrong understanding that I represent the department. I represent Dr. Lewete, and he is no longer in the employ of the
department. Thank you. Ms. Foster, I get your question, but the evidence of Dr. Lewete is that he was not involved in the operational issues. Yes. And remember, okay, let me just leave it there, because his evidence on record is that he came in at a later stage. And as you were now asking him questions in cross-examination, some of them relate to him being an ex officio member or manager of the project, something like that. Is it an ex officio member or what? Or how you were appointed in the project while you were supposed to be something in the project, and then because of these other commitments that you had, you were not involved as much as the others. Am I making sense? Miss Dr. Lebete, that was your evidence, isn't it?
Yes, that's
you were appointed as ex officio what?
Member of the project.
Yes, yes. Dr. Ms. Foster? I think it's in his statement. It's fine. You can ask questions, but now to ask him about the service level, unless if you rephrase just to find out from him if he was there when the contract was negotiated and the like. But his evidence is that he only came in at a later stage.
My lady, I apologize if that is the way that the court perceives my question, but it's got nothing to do with when the contract was initiated. All I wanted to know from Dr. Lebete is now I can't even
whether Esidimeni
initiated the cancellation of the service level agreement. He can just say yes or no.
No, not to my knowledge.
But I think you must just check how you formulate your questions, because if you are saying whether he has got knowledge of that or whatever, because okay, in any event the question has been answered. Proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, did you ever have sight of the service level agreement between the Department of Health as well as
Did he
have or insight into the SLA agreement between Life Esidimeni and Department of Health?
Sight or insight?
Sorry?
Inside or inside?
Insight.
No, I have browsed through it, but not to the extent that I would have if I was fully involved in the daily intricacies thereof.
Well, lady, Mr. Hodes yesterday placed the page numbers of record. I don't want to go to the SLA agreement. I just want to know, do the court want me to refer to the specific pages again of the SLA agreement, or is it in order? Can I just proceed?
But you remember there was an objection. I don't think you're going to ask him the same. Oh, okay. But he just told you, okay, you can proceed. Let's hear what you're going to ask.
Thank you, ma'am. The SLA agreement between Life Esidimeni as well as the Department of Health is a very voluminous document. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Can you please tell the court where can we find the SLA agreements that was drafted between the Department of Health and the NGOs where these medical healthcare users were transferred to?
No, I wouldn't know where it is. It's at the department. It can be found in the department if there is one.
And who would be in possession of the SRA agreements between the Department of Health and the NGOs?
It should be contracts, the Department of Contracts.
And from the project team, who would be responsible in drafting the SRA agreements between the Department of Health and the NGOs?
This would be initiated by mental health, but would be drawn by contract, I think.
Okay, so from Dr. Silabanu, Dr. Manamela, Mr. Mukhoshi, who can I ask relating to the SRA agreements between the Department of Health and the NGOs that was signed and agreed to?
It would be best to go directly to the contract department. These are the ones who would know what contracts are in existence. Remember, in government offices, people come and people go. And some of these things, we can't be placing them specifically on a particular person. And it would even be worse at this stage following the fire that happened in the Bank of Lisbon. So, but then it would be important to approach contract management.
But we can infer that there must be SRA agreements between the Department of Health and the NGOs.
There should.
Continue.
Lady, I see it's 9 minutes to 1. I want to move to a new subject. I can continue, it's not a problem.
Or is that a different subject? You want us to break now and resume at
for lunch, maybe? Indeed, so my lady.
This is now, okay.
9 minutes to 1. Can we come back at 10 to 2? Would that be preferable?
We can come back at 2 o'clock, that's fine. The witness is warned. I think this is the opportune time for us to take the lunch break. We will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
As please the court, my lady.
Court, please.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
Are we ready to start?
Lady, the last time I checked, Mr. Late was waiting to be admitted. Okay, there they are.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mr. Late is not yet in. Where is he? I don't see him there.
I am
Okay.
here.
Okay, thank you very much. The number today is around 40. All right, I never thought we are this number. All right, Miss. The witness is reminded that he's still under oath. Dr. Levede, you are on mute. Please, when the court talks to you, you must listen. You are reminded that you are still under oath. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Ms. Foster.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, can you please tell the court if you know a person by the name of Kalaeng Frans Tubane?
Kalaeng.
Kalaeng, K-H-A-L-A-E-N-G, my lady.
My lady, no, I don't seem to recognize the name.
You say it's Kalaeng Frans Tubane.
That's correct, my
Oh,
lady.
Tobani, France. Yes,
Yes.
Can
Do you know the person? Just a second, Dr. Lebete.
Yes, I know him.
Who is he?
He was in the mental health unit for Gauteng Department of Health.
Dr. Lebete, I want to refer you to page number 365 on case lines. That is the statement of Mr. Tubane.
You can give me the page number, please.
365, my lady.
265.
365.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
I'm on page 365.
Thank you. Dr. Lebete, I want you to read paragraph 2 and 3, please.
Let him first read the whole. Yes. Let me see how big is the statement is too long.
Yeah, my lady, the only question that will be relevant, or only paragraphs relevant, will be paragraph 2 and 3 of the statement.
Okay, you can look at that.
I'm looking at it.
Thank you.
Just a minute, let me just finish off. Yes, paragraph 2, I've had a look at it.
And 3, I think.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. I've had a look at it now.
Just a second, let me just finish these 2 paragraphs. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, my question is the following, that Mr. Tubani says in paragraph, or stated in paragraph 2, that he started his responsibilities on the 15th of July 2015. Do you see that in the middle of the paragraph? I assumed my responsibilities on the 15th.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Then in paragraph 3, he states that on my first day of reporting at the directorate, I was requested by Mr. Makoba Manamela, the former director of mental health, to accompany her to a meeting convened by the former MEC Kodani Mslangu. I was told the meeting is about life Esidimeni contract. Dr. Richard Lebete was also in that meeting. Dr. Silabanu was not in that meeting, as Dr. Lebete was standing in for him. In that meeting, I picked up that it was about the termination of life Esidimeni contract by Gauteng Department of Health. Dr. Manamela was in possession of a presentation that was discussed in that meeting. According to the presentation, there were 3 options identified: identification of beds, old hospitals to be renovated, and to buy life Esidimeni. Can you see that?
Yes, I've seen that.
Do you remember this meeting?
Not outrightly, but yes, it says I was representing Dr. Silebano, which what usually happened. Yes.
So this already happened on the 15th of July 2015, and you were present when Dr. Manamela made a presentation wherein these 3 options regarding specifically the termination of life Esidimeni contract was discussed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just hold it there. Yes, continue.
So is it still your testimony that you were not involved at all with the termination of the contract between Department of Health and Life Esidimeni?
My lady, it is true, as I stated in my statement, that I would come in, or when I was requested to act, I would come in. But I was not a full-time member or decision maker in there. So in this regard, I was there because Dr. Silebano wasn't there, which means I going backwards, I wouldn't have known what was happening and going forward also.
Now, I understand that, Dr. Lebete. I understand that you were very busy. I understand that you had a lot of things on your mind. I understand that you were responsible. But the fact of the matter is you were physically present in meetings where the termination of this contract was discussed. There was presentations given, and even the options as described by Mr. Tubani, like either buying the Life Esidimeni or the discovery of old hospitals to be renovated, or the identification of beds in specialized hospitals were discussed. So it's not a fact that you did not know what was going on.
Like I said, my lady, that yes, I was in some of the meetings, but a normal flow of ideas is needed for one to take absolute conception of a situation.
The question is, therefore, you cannot say you did not know about the termination and the discussions revolving around the termination. Am I correct, Ms.?
That's correct, my lady.
You can't say you did not know about the termination and the discussions revolving the termination, around the termination thereof?
Yes, my lady, I have stated that I started hearing about it in 2014.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean that I was absolutely oblivious to that.
Okay. Just hold it there. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, according to what you know, can you please tell the court who made the decision to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni in the Department of Health? Who made that decision? Who made the decision to terminate the SLA agreement with Life Esidimeni in the Department of Justice, Department of Health, I apologize, according to your knowledge?
I do not know who made the decision, but this was announced to us by the HOD.
Just a second.
And by that you mean Dr. Silibor?
Just a second.
As a court pleases.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. And by the HOD, do you mean Dr. Silibor?
Yes.
And in your hierarchy, Dr. Silibane will report to Ms. Kwedani Mashlangu, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, when this was conveyed to you by the HOD, Dr. Silibane, did he provide any reasons why the contract needed to be terminated that you can remember?
Well, there are general reasons that were given from time to time, but I wouldn't remember particularly on that day. But there was this thing that a contract has been on for too long. The AG.
Come again?
The contract with Life Esidimeni has been too long, and the AG has looked into it and flagged it as one of the issues that needed to be looked into.
Who had, I'm sorry to interrupt you, who had looked?
The Auditor General.
Okay.
My lady, just a second. If the witness can repeat that answer. The
Okay,
contract
we
has
will
been
help
long
you. It's okay.
too
Let's
long,
leave the witness.
But our system is cutting off, and I think it's coming
Okay,
from their
it's
side.
fine. I hear you, Mr. Sibai. I don't want the witness to forget the thought. He had just said, and then he will correct
My lady,
me.
you are frozen.
Have I frozen myself?
No, my lady, I can see the court and hear.
No, not here, my lady.
Who has frozen?
But why did you not say anything?
My lady, it would appear that the problem is at Mr. Silvano's end. We can't see you perfectly and the witnesses. At Mr. Sibara's side,
You have
I
just
concur, we see you
have just
perfectly.
said Mr. Selebano.
I beg your pardon. I apologize.
I heard that.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara.
I think there's something wrong with the
We're
device
there,
of the witness. Let's see. Mr. Sibara, are you back? He seems to be having a problem. He's the one who was frozen because I can see. Yeah.
My lady, if I may convey a message to you from Mr. Sibara, he said they are reconnecting.
I can see that here. Okay. Is he with Mapianya?
Are you with Mapianya?
No, my lady, myself, I'm in my chambers today.
Oh,
I'm alone.
have you resurrected?
Yes, I've resurrected from the dead.
Okay, thank you very much.
As you can see, it was nearly fatal, my lady. However, I'm back.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Where is Mr. Sibara?
Happens. I don't know when Mr. Sibara is, my lady.
It's fine. Let's just give him some time because I don't want him to miss this evidence.
My lady, Mr. Sibara says him and Mr. Makani were kicked out, but it appears as though they'll be able to reconnect because it's showing on their system that they're waiting to be let in.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Sibara? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's very, very dicey, my lady, but we are fighting here. We are soldiering on.
Can you hear me?
You are frozen now.
Myself?
You are frozen. I can hear you.
So I didn't freeze. You can hear me?
You are frozen.
Myself?
You are breaking and this reception is very bad.
Yes, that's
the judge. My lady is.
My lady, it looks like the problem is on Mr. Sibara's side.
You seem to be having a problem from your side.
But I increase my volume so that you hear.
My lady, we can see Dr. Libete now.
Can you hear me?
My lady?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Okay, but as long as can you hear me? Am I not breaking?
Just come. You are very breaking. And you are very frozen.
So it means there is something wrong with your on your side because everybody can hear me.
So what? No, it's fine, my lady. We are going to survive. We'll see what we can do. At least we can push this witness. It's fine.
But my worry is, can we hear what the witness is saying?
If Dr. Libete can say something, maybe to see if I can hear him. I can't see him now.
Afternoon, Councillor Sibara.
I can't see Dr. Libete. We can't see Dr. Libete now.
Can you hear him?
He's very blurry. We can see him now. Dr. Libete, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Advocate. Can you hear me now?
You are much. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let's move now, Judge. Let's move. If we've got
Can
problems.
you hear me?
Now you are very clear now. Super.
Okay.
Yeah, we are back now.
When you interjected, the witness had just testified that there were a number of general reasons which were given from time to time, and this included, amongst others, that the contract with Life Esidimeni had been too long, and something about the Auditor General. If you may take it from there.
Yes, thanks, my lady. And the fact that the Auditor General had flagged this as one of the contracts that were long, and also for...
Just a second. Yes.
Also for budgetary reasons.
For?
Budgetary.
Okay.
And the need to start taking cognizance of the mental patients and bringing them nearer to the communities. So there was an intention to expand community mental health functionality. Done.
Yes, is that all?
That is all I can remember now, my lady.
Okay, continue. Ms. Foster, you are muted.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, thank you very much for your answer. I want to refer you to the Premier Budget Report, and you can find that report on page 1869 of case line.
1869. 1869, yes. Cost. Yeah, there you are.
This is the Premier Budget Committee report that was submitted or discussed on the 26th November 2014.
Yes.
It's the heading is cost containment and revenue enhancement measures. Can you see that?
Yes, I see it.
The relevant page that I want to refer you to is page 1872 of the specific report.
Which page?
1872, my lady.
1871.
Are you there, Dr. Lebete? Can I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. The first column says item life Esidimeni. Then it says inward looking for savings, and beneath that final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of the use of beds starting 2015.
Yes, I see that.
Then potential savings is the heading in the next column. 20% of 251 million per annum, currently paid to Life Esidimeni. The original contract was signed with the National Department of Health in August 1979.
Okay, yes.
And then in brackets is 50.2 million rand savings then indicated
Yes.
as potential savings. Do you agree with me?
Yes, that's what's written here.
The next column says risks, and underneath that, the department institutions may not have adequate capacity to absorb the patients from Life Esidimeni facilities. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
So, am I correct to deduct from this page that in November 2014, the Premier was informed in this budget report that they can save 50 million rand per annum if they start closing, if they terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it means. If this was given in the provincial budgetary committee. Yes, it was. That's what it means, yes.
I want to refer you now to the arbitration award that was made in this matter by the Honourable Judge Moseneke. And I want to refer you to pages, just get the correct page number here, 32500.
Yes, I am there.
Now, starting from page 32500 up until page 3502 is the arbitration award made by, in his judgment, the binding award made by the Honourable Judge Moseneke. I will take you through it, but please tell me, do you first want to read the pages or can we go through it? Will you please stop me if there's anything that you want a clarification on? I just want to put specific amounts and issues to you in this award.
So I start in 32500, eh?
That's correct, yes.
Number 225, paragraph 225 after it. Let me just quickly go through it.
Okay.
Page. We can now go through it, my lady.
Thank you, Dr. Lebete. Dr. Lebete, this award was made against the government of the Republic of South Africa as represented by the National Minister of Health, the Premier of Gauteng, and the member of the Executive Council of Health, Gauteng Province, who was ordered to pay specific amounts. Can you see that in paragraph 1, 2, and 3? All of them starts with the government.
Yes, we are still in page 32500, eh?
Yes, in all fairness to you, the paragraph is 2 to 6, and then the points 1, 2, 3 are marked beneath paragraph 2 to 6.
2 to 6, 1, 2, 3. Yes, 2181 million.
Yeah, so number 1, the government had to pay 20,000 Rand to each of the claimants listed in Annexure A and B. I will not go to the relevance. I'm just trying to put to you what the award was made against. Paragraph 2 is 180,000 Rand had to be paid against for each of the claimants listed in Annexure A, B, and C. Number 3, the government was ordered to pay 1 million Rand to each of the claimants listed in Annexures A, B, and C. And then number 4, stipulated that this amount must be paid not later than 3 months from the date of the publication of this award. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we know that 154 people, 154 medical healthcare users lost their lives during this tragedy. And the sum that I want to come to at the end of the day is this award was made. Only the 1 million Rand comes to the amount of 144 million Rand plus the 180,000 Rand plus 20,000 Rand. And this all the government, the Department of Health had to pay out to save. If you look at the Premier budget speed, at the end of the day, it cost them more than the 50 million Rand that they would have saved in the Premier budget speech. Do you get the correlation that I want to bring to your attention?
Yes, I get it.
Yes,
thank you, my lady. In this arbitration award, the court also made an order that they have to pay all the legal costs in paragraph 9 of all the claimants in each, including the cost of counsel.
Okay, legal costs.
I want to show or take you to paragraph, sorry, now I lost my own place. Let me just give me 1 second. Paragraph number 7 on page 32501. The court ordered to provide the health ombudsman or
Just a
ombudsman
minute, 32501.
Yeah, and I'm referring to paragraph C, or point number C in brackets A of the award.
No, I don't see that one.
32501
32501.
is the page number, yes.
And
at
then
the
it
bottom
starts
of the page.
at the bottom.
That's correct. Point 7 in brackets small a.
Okay.
You see it. The court there made an order that the Department of Health was supposed to provide a recovery plan to the health ombud. Do you know if this was done, and if so, where can we find this recovery plan?
Yes, a mental health recovery plan was underway, and it was being worked on both by the clinicians. It was a multidisciplinary.
Okay.
At that time, it was led by the late Prof. Jansen van Rensbeck, and there were regular meetings working on it. But then it went on 2017 and gained momentum round about 2018. And unfortunately in 2018, I had to go to Bara since there were challenges there. Could no longer go along with them. But I think if we phone, if you get in touch with the the office of the HOD, you are likely to get that plan.
Do you know if the recovery plan was drafted and finalized?
My lady?
Yes.
My lady? Sorry, before the witness answers, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mrs. Foster. I didn't hear the opening part of that answer. I only heard from when he said led by Professor Jansen van Rensberg.
If the witness can repeat.
Thank you, my lady. Yes, a mental recovery plan was made. It was led by Prof. Jansen van Rensbeck as part of the clinicians and a member of SASOP. There were nurses. In fact, it was a multidisciplinary team. There were nurses and people from the district. They had continuous meetings, which I used to attend some of them in this. And the plan should be there, although I left before the plan was completed and signed off, having to go to Bara. But yes, it was being worked on by a multidisciplinary team.
Okay. If we want to know if the recovery plan was finalized and if it was submitted to the HOD, my lady, just give me a second. I apologize, my lady. If we want to know if the recovery plan was finalized and if it was submitted to the Ombudsman, we will have to ask the Office of the HOD. Do you understand?
Yes, yes, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lebete. Then point number 8 The government was directed to take prompt and reasonable steps to report and cause to be reported to the Health Professionals Council, the healthcare practitioners that fell under its jurisdiction who were involved in the marathon project, including Ephraim Selebanu, Dr. Makhoba Manamela, Dr. Dumi Masondu, and Ms. Anna Jacobus.
We are in page. What page are we in?
Apologize, I'll give you the next page, 32502.
Number
Point number 8 and small a.
8, small a, yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know if these people mentioned in the specific paragraph were reported to the Health Profession Council?
I just heard through the newspapers, but it was not a formal knowledge, but I do know that, yes, they have been reported.
If we want to know what the results of these actions was, who do we need to ask?
That would be the relevant professional body.
Just come again, sorry, I didn't hear.
It will be the relevant professional body, and the doctors will be Health Professional Council of South Africa, and the nurses will be South African Nursing Council.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lebete. Dr. Lebete, is the Premier responsible for this tragedy?
Come again?
For this tragedy, that this incident that happened where 144 medical care health users died, is the Premier responsible?
No, these strategies are made at a departmental level. Although it's a hierarchy of strategy. There's a general outlook of what needs to be looked at, but at departments there are specifics as to how it's going to be done. So generally our strategy flows from the National Department of Health into the province and into the department. And hence, if you look at the framework, mental framework, the general idea, which was for all provinces, came at national level, which is the 2013 to 2020. The Gauteng Department of Health picked it up, making their own strategy at 2014 to 2020, where everything else that follows flow from. So that's how it's done. Yeah.
So at the departmental level, who would be responsible for this tragedy?
The strategy it's general, because then if you remember the contract of the MEC flows from the provincial intentions, from which and from the contract of the MEC will flow the contract of the HOD, and then it will flow down cascade down in that manner. So, but when the strategy is discussed, because if you have a look, there's a general departmental strategy, and there'll be a directorate or maybe a branch strategy. So from there, it cascades from down upwards the totality of the thought process from upwards down, if that makes sense.
So it will be the MEC
Who does what?
who will be ultimately responsible.
Finally, if it's to be a departmental strategy, then it will have to come to that. It must be approved by the MEC. Yeah.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but if I read your statement that all the NGOs that you have visited mentioned in your statement Exhibit E1, you found all of them not to be suitable for medical healthcare users. Is that correct?
That's not what the statement is saying. There was something about Takelani. It's not all of them. Just look at the statement properly before the witness responds. Am I correct, Mr. Evidence Leader?
You are correct, my lady.
The evidence leader?
On my way, my lady.
Did you hear what I was saying, Mr. Late?
I heard, but I have to press a lot of buttons to come back again. Yeah, I heard you were saying, my lady, you are quite correct. There were, for instance, Takalani.
Yes,
to be able to receive the healthcare users. It's not all of them.
If you look at the statement quickly, Mr. Foster, Ms. Foster, before you ask the witness about it.
It's in paragraph 12 of the statement, my lady.
The concerns that were raised were with regard to, I think it was precious angels, and there was also about the other one where Tieho Malebe was involved. Remember, with regard to precious angels, as far as my memory serves me well, it was in relation to the places being at a mountainous place where there were stairs, as the witness has testified. Am I correct, Mr. Lebete? There was something about you were not happy about the fact that the place was on a mountain and it has some stairs and there was no enough space for the users to can move around outside.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's as far as I can recall. And you were happy about Takalani due to the fact that there was security and it was in a closed area, but there was enough space and even a place for the users to can move around outside the yard, something like inside the yard, outside the buildings. Yeah. And then you raised some concerns about the other one. Is it Rebafeni?
Yes.
Yes. My lady, I will apologize. The mountainous area I had as Takalani Deep Kloof.
Come again?
I understood the witness to be testifying about Takalani Deep Kloof regarding the mountainous and the lot of stairs.
Okay, but now
I did not have any precious angels.
Did you get the correct facts from the statement?
I apologize.
All right.
I will leave it.
I'm not reading the statement, but I can remember what the witness testified.
So I apologize. I had also from his testimony that he refers to Takalani.
Just be careful not to put what the witness didn't say to him. Otherwise, it will be misleading to the others in the court. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so Dr. Lebete, it's not Takalani that had the lot of stairs. Which NGO had the multiple stairs and was situated in a mountainous area?
Yeah, it's in a hillock. It was in Attridgeville, and that is Precious Angels.
I apologize, Dr. Lebete. I didn't try to mislead you. I apologize. My notes.
You can just rephrase your statement.
I will do that. Dr. Lebete, let's start with the subject of Takalani. We all know that Takalani was a facility who was accommodating children. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please tell the court, when upon your visit there, the medical care health users had not been placed in Takalani at that stage yet.
Yes, where I visited, it was still empty.
Can you please tell the court how did they adapt Takalani to accommodate adults?
Yeah, just for the record, is it correct to say Takalani was accommodating children? Because as far as I remember, it was Banning, but I don't know. Correct me if you have the facts.
Takalani originally started with children.
Oh, okay.
But if you remember, the children, we either talk about the physical child or the mental child. And it ended up having people with the mental mind of children, yet they were old enough, they were elderly people.
But the mental mind of children, yet they were old enough physically.
Yes. But over the years, it kept changing and starting to accommodate elderly people. Although there's a school in there for the children, it also accommodates people.
Just a second. Adults, we are talking about the mental mind of an adult now.
No.
Okay, now adults.
Physical adults with
and mentally adult.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it has since started accommodating adults too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Lebet, so when you visited Takalani, how did they adapt the structure, the infrastructure to accommodate adults as well as these children? I'll be honest. I'll put it in context for you. The evidence before this court was that there was a security issue with the adults. They wanted to protect children because the adults was very aggressive. And there was a lot of other problems associated with adults. They cannot put adults and children together in one structured environment with medical healthcare users. So that is where my question is leading to. How did they accommodate the adults with the children on one premises at Takalani?
The ward I went to had a fence. It had a perimeter fence with a gate. And they had a building which was separate from others. So you could go around the building with a locked gate without going out of that perimeter.
Am I correct in my assumption from the evidence that the first medical healthcare users passed away at Takalani, India?
There has been that evidence, yes.
When you realized, sorry, my lady. May I proceed, my lady?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Lebete, when you realized that Precious Angels as well as Rebofeni was not suitable for medical healthcare users to be accommodated there, was there already medical healthcare users in that premises?
Yes.
Just hold it there. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. How long has they been already in those premises? Do you know?
Yeah, it had been for some time, yeah. In fact, at that stage, some of them had already passed on, yeah.
Just hold it there. Continue.
For some time, what do you mean? Weeks, months?
I think months, yeah.
So by the time you have arrived at these NGOs, am I correct to say it was already too late?
Come again?
The time that Dr. Lebete arrived at these NGOs, it was already too late. Some of the medical health care users already passed away.
Yes, time had already passed.
Continue.
Can you describe to the court what the condition was of the medical health care users that you found at Precious Angels? How did they look? Or presented? That's a better word.
Well, as I gave evidence yesterday, as I came in, I was called in. I was in West Rand, so by the time I came in, the mental health care people and the MEC had almost already finished. But amongst those that I saw, some of them were sort of ill-looking in their beds at that time of the day, and it's on those bases that they were immediately moved by HOD the following day, as requested by the MEC.
Can you comment on their physical condition? Did they look starved or thin? Will you be able to comment on that?
No, not stuffed, but sickly.
Did you ever visit Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center? Did he ever visit CCRC, Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, when they operated as an NGO?
No, I visited it some time ago, long prior to this issue, as it was a quality assurance issue. Yeah.
And Sia Badinga, did you ever visited the NGO Sia Badinga? When you...
The witness has not yet responded. Did he respond?
He shook his head. I apologize, my lady. He shook his head in a no
Just
gesture.
speak into the record because that is not going to be captured.
Yes. No, I haven't visited Siabatinga.
Continue.
When you visited Reba Fenye during December 2016, as you mentioned in paragraph 13 of Exhibit E1, were you alone, or was the MEC with you, or Dr. Manamela, or Dr. Silabanu?
That visit, like I explained earlier on, the MEC had gone there. He had taken the mental health team with her. But because Dr. Silabanu was not around, I was called from some other place to come and join them. And it's on those bases that I came late to join them. So mental health practitioners were there, part of the team.
Dr. Lebete, do you know Rochelle Gordon?
Just a second.
Thank you, lady.
Continue.
Dr. Lebete, I asked you, do you know Rochelle Gordon?
Who?
Rochelle Gordon.
Gordon.
Yeah.
Rochelle.
Yes.
No, I don't.
Thank you very much.
Are you referring to Miss Rochelle Gordon?
That's correct, my lady.
You don't know her?
No, I don't seem to remember the name.
Okay.
Dr. Lebete, why do you think, what is the reason why the Department of Health only realized months afterwards, after the medical healthcare users already passed away, now specifically referring to Reba Feni, Precious Angels, and Takalani, why did it take him so long to get to these premises? Because what I understand from your testimony, the moment you realize that there's trouble, you immediately took steps to take them out of the NGOs. Am I correct?
Yes. The NGO.
Just a second.
Sorry.
Continue.
Yeah, the NGOs were being monitored and they were being visited, as it has been indicated and said before. Amongst the teams that were there was.
I think you were breaking. They
Yeah.
were monitored, they were visited, and then?
They were being monitored and visited. And the question being, why do I think it took so long for some of them to be reported? I think it's probably because at this stage there were many of them. Maybe that's why maybe the team wasn't coping. But I'm just thinking.
Okay, you are thinking that the NGOs were too many.
Were many. The question to me was why?
What is it? The NGOs who were many?
Yeah, I think the NGOs
okay.
were many. Yeah.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Did the multidisciplinary teams who were supposed to do the visiting and monitoring, can you offhand say who will that be? The multidisciplinary team that was supposed
MDT, multidisciplinary team.
Yeah, that was supposed to visit and monitor these NGOs. Who will be the person in charge of those MDTs to do the visiting?
Is that the evidence that they were supposed to visit and monitor the NGOs?
I understand that was what Dr.
Can you ask him first so that he can confirm before you put it to him? I just don't want you to mislead him.
Not the multidisciplinary team. Remember, NGOs are a responsibility. If it's mental health, they are a responsibility of mental health. So it's a mental health department.
Thank you, my lady, for the correction. I apologize.
Just a second. So they are the responsibility of the mental health department.
Directorate, yes. Yeah.
Just hold it there. So her question, who was supposed to visit them and monitor them?
Whoever it is was answering to Dr. Manuela, who was leading the directorate.
Olivia, I think the question for Mrs. Foster was
Yes,
Okay.
Malaya.
All right. I thought I was the only one.
The computer gave me a message that this meeting is going on for too long. And
Yeah.
I think the meeting is also a bit tired of the questions being asked at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, from. All right. Can we proceed? I think when we were kicked out, Ms. Voko was trying to clarify the question. I don't know, because this is how I understood the question from Ms. Foster. Let's hear Ms. Ms. Voko.
Okay, my lady, I understood Ms. Foster's question to be who was in charge of the multidisciplinary team.
No, that was not the question. That is why I had to clarify her, because she was saying something about the multidisciplinary team. Her question was more focused as to who visited and monitored these NGOs from the department side. That's how I understood the question. You can clarify that, Ms. Foster?
That's indeed correct, my lady. The court, I have thanked the court for the court's correction. That was indeed what my question was.
So you say the response to the, just before you say something, the response to this was that anybody in the people who were in the Directorate of Mental Health, ne?
Yes.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, are you aware personally of any complaints or concerns that was brought to the attention of Dr. Manamela regarding the situation at the NGOs and the conditions of the medical healthcare users, or not?
Response? You are muted.
Sorry, no, I was not aware that there were complaints going towards her.
Come again, you are not aware?
I was not aware. I was not informed about the complaints about NGOs that were going to Dr. Manamela.
Was that your question in relation to the NGOs, Ms. Foster?
That's correct, my lady.
Okay.
Dr. Lebete?
The question related, just a second, related to the conditions of the users at NGOs. Okay.
That's correct.
My lady, sorry, I think Miss Foster, your ladyship can help me. I thought the question was, is Dr. Lebete aware of the complaints or concerns brought to Dr. Manamela's attention regarding the condition of the NGOs? Not the users, but the NGOs.
I don't know, let her clarify, because that's how I understood it. I thought she said with regard to the conditions of the users at NGOs. That's how I picked it up.
As the court pleases.
Yes.
My lady, and if I can just clarify something, I was not asking Dr. Lebete if it was specifically referenced to complaints or concerns raised to Dr. Manamela directly. I was in general asking if he was aware of any complaints or concerns. It did not relate to specific concerns or complaints made to Dr. Manamela.
You said the way the question was formulated was, are you aware of the concerns raised with Dr. Manamela regarding the conditions of the users at the NGOs? That was your question.
Yeah.
You can just rephrase it if you feel, because it was
No,
specific.
that's fine, my lady. I think we've Dr. Lebete has answered the question. We can move on.
It's fine.
Dr. Lebete, was the family of Sizwe Latshwayo the only family member that you have visited?
The family of who?
The family of Sizwe Latshwayo. Was that the only family that you have visited?
No, that was not the only family. I also visited a family in Garankuwa, I think it's Zone 8, and that's the family of Charity Ratsotso.
Just hold it there. That was in Garankuwa.
Yes, Unit 8, I think.
That's the family of who?
Charity Ratsotso.
Thank you.
Was there any specific reason why you visited these two families?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier on, firstly, Sizwe, it was a message to me from the MEC. So there was a complaint that went directly to the MEC. So it was in response to that. The second one, Charity Ratsotso. Even with Charity Ratsotso, it came in from the MEC. It was a complaint that went directly to her. But in as far as Charity Ratsotso is concerned, I was also called by the ombudsman who was looking for the files of Charity Ratsotso. But the exact visit was because the MEC was called, and that was for it had to do with the identification of Charity Ratsotso, including the having to facilitate a post-mortem in that regard.
As I understand your evidence correctly, oh sorry, my lady, might proceed.
Yes.
If I understand your evidence correctly, Dr. Lebete, you were tasked with the instruction by Ms. Kwedani Mashlangu to facilitate the performance and the finalizations of the autopsies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that a post-mortem or autopsy is...
Just a second.
As thesis?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that post-mortem or autopsies is normally only done when an unnatural death is suspected?
Not only.
Just hold it there. Yes, continue.
What was then the reason why you convinced?
I'm not sure. Just a second. Let me interject here. I'm not sure whether the witness has already finished responding to the previous question. You just said not only. If you can elaborate on that.
Yes. Post-mortems are done in a variety of reasons. In unnatural deaths, in situations, in clinical situations whereby anybody suspects there could have been foul play of some sort. And in terms of the anatomical ones, in terms
Just hold
of...
that, just a second. Yes.
The anatomical ones is that when the medical people finally found out the person died, when they didn't anticipate it, they were expecting other results, but other results came by, so they need to clarify it. But in this instance,
Just hold it. Anatomically, where?
Anatomical pathology.
Yes.
That's within the teaching.
Yes, I have to understand this. I'm not from your profession. Continue.
Yeah, and there it's when the outcome is out of line with what they had anticipated. So they do a post-mortem in order to understand.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady.
In this case, when it comes to institutionalized persons, it becomes imperative if they pass on to do a post-mortem in order to explain the cause of death. And that's also
Just hold it there. Yes.
Yes, in order to explain the cause of death. But sometimes the pathologists, when they are inundated, they would request to have files and get the history and see if the likelihood was that and that there is no untoward suspicion, then they would select those that they would have loved for them to have postmortems. And like in this case, in these cases, the Pretoria FPS was getting inundated with these issues, and the head of forensic pathology there at some stage was considering approaching the ombudsman in terms of having to discuss how it could be done without doing an actual post-mortem, how to select, but it never came to be done. I've finished.
Okay. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, what was your reason to convince families to conduct the post-mortem reports? I understand your evidence to be that you had to convince these families to do post-mortems. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And what was the reason therefore? Why did you want them to conduct the post-mortems?
It's in line with what I have been saying in terms of institutionalized persons. But the convincing part comes in the fact that amongst African people, post-mortems, it's something that is basically not liked.
Okay.
But my worst fear was if Caesar was to be buried, and then there comes out, I mean, he was from an institution. If he was to be buried and some other issues comes up, a month, 2 months thereafter, we would need to exhume him. And in the exhumation, we may have lost some information, necessary information that would have been needed to explain such situations. So basically, it was in anticipation to be able to bring closure, whereby a post-mortem could be done before a person is buried, so that as the person is buried, then there's evidence and there's closure to the people in terms of their getting to know what was the reason for this person's death.
Thank you, Dr. Lebete. Dr. Lebete, can you please tell the court if you have any knowledge of any instructions that was provided to transfer medical healthcare users from Life Esidimeni to NGOs, or for that matter from CCRC to NGOs, the transfer process. Do you have any knowledge?
Can you try to limit your question? It is too long. Yes.
Dr. Lebete, are you aware of any instructions provided in the transfer process of medical healthcare users to other facilities?
Just a second, doctor, before you respond. Response?
Transfer of medical users from where to where?
Well, either from Life Esidimeni facilities to NGOs or hospitals during this marathon project. I'm specifically referring to this marathon project, the transfer of patients from one facility to another. Do you have any knowledge of the instructions provided in this transfer process?
By instructions, you mean on how to do it, or somebody saying do it?
On how to do it.
Well, I don't know of any particular person who would have given instructions, but I know the multidisciplinary teams were responsible for that.
Thank you.
Just a second. Continue.
Dr. Lebete, do you know who was in charge of the vetting of the NGOs?
No, I don't know, but it was in the mental health directorate.
Do you want to add something, or are you finished?
No, it's a person in the mental health directorate, but I don't know the name.
Thank you. Dr. Lebete, then I just want to ask you, you testified that you were supposed to supply the information for the Ombudsman to draft his report. You were instructed to provide him with the files. Am I correct?
Yeah, what I...
Just a second, I didn't pick that up. What are you saying, Ms. Foster?
My question to Dr. Lebete was, the information upon which the Ombuds report was compiled was supplied by Dr. Lebete.
Come again?
Must I repeat from the beginning?
No, carry on. What was he responsible for? Providing the
information
in order for the compilation of the report.
That's correct, my lady.
And the response is yes.
The first batch of the files from the department were taken by me to the ombudsman.
Oh, okay.
Not the compilation thereof, but just physically taking them from the department to the ombudsman.
Continue.
Dr. Lebete, on page 17939 of the case lines record.
793.
17939.
One 17939.
That's correct, my lady.
Just a minute. No, I'm not there. Oh, here we are. It's so.
Are you there, Dr. Libeti?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lebete, I just want to refer you to paragraph 1.1, only the first bullet point. In this report, the Ombud established that a total of 91, in brackets 94 plus, and not 36 mentally ill patients, as initially and commonly reported publicly in the media, died between the 23rd of March 2016 and the 19th of December 2016 in Gauteng province. So yes. I put it to you that in the Ombudsman report, the first medical healthcare user already passed away, or the first death already occurred on the 23rd of March 2016. Would you agree with that?
Yes. According to the report, yes.
Continue.
Dr. Lebete, my last question is the following. You understood the statement that you made, that I previously referred to you, of being a statement to be made under oath. Is that correct?
Come again, please.
The statement that I referred you to, that you made in the urgent application, that was a statement made under oath.
Yes.
And today you also testify under oath. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you understand
just a
how
second.
As good, please.
Yes.
And for evidence to be under oath is evidence that the court or anybody else on the face of it must rely on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Continue.
As the court pleases. So one's credibility is attached to the attitude that you have towards the oath that you took before a commissioner. Do you agree?
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. That will conclude my questions for this witness. Thank you, Dr. Lebete.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel?
I see it's now 3:30. I don't know if any one of you would like to proceed.
I myself would like to proceed, my lady, if there's no objections from my other learned colleagues.
Who is that?
It's Advocate Mapian.
Yeah, but I don't know, because I think they were going according to seniority.
I mean, in absence of anybody who would be willing to.
There is a hand. I don't know. As you are talking, there is a hand. I don't know whose hand is that.
That was my hand, my lady. If I may lower it.
Let me see. Just put it down. Okay, it's your hand. But were you present when Dr. Lebete started with his evidence? You were not present yesterday.
I can confirm I wasn't present when he did start.
But are you ready to proceed now?
Questions I'd like to put to him there. There won't be anything that he did say that I didn't cover. Like my cross-examination will be brief.
If you want to proceed, you can proceed.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Just a second. Is there anyone else who wants to proceed? Who is more senior than Mr. Mapiane?
My lady, in view of the shortness of questions by Advocate Mapiane, Advocate Makani will probably proceed after him.
Okay,
who's going to cross-examine Dr. Lebete.
Okay.
On our side.
Thank you very much. Continue, Mr. Mapiane.
As please the court, my lady. My lady, I have one further indulgence to ask for. If I may please switch off my camera, because I don't want people to be focusing on my.
There's no problem. You can do that.
As please the court, my lady. Thank you for the indulgence. I would like to begin by greeting everybody present. Good afternoon, my lady, Dr. Ruben Lebete, my learned colleagues, and all other stakeholders who are present.
Okay, proceed. Just introduce yourself to the witness. Who are you representing, so that he can familiarize himself with who you are? Yes.
Dr. Lebete, my name is Advocate Mboneno Mapiane. I'm for Bopilong, Surman, the NGO which was situated in Hammanskraal. Did you catch that, doctor?
Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you. Dr. Lebete, I would like to begin the cross-examination by directing you to A18, the general statements, your statement that you made. Can you please turn thereof?
Which page is that? Is it E1? Right. The statement is it the
page 500
on page 527?
527.
Is it the one?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, that will be E1. He testified about two statements. It's E1 and E2, but the first one was E1.
I would like to begin with E1, the one which is
page 527.
527, yes.
I have it, my lord.
Thank you, doctor. Doctor, if you can please turn to 528, paragraph 4 thereof. I would like to inquire. Yes.
Let the witness familiarize himself with the paragraph first, then the question will follow.
As please the court, my lady.
Thank you, counsel. I have paragraph 4 in front of me.
Thank you. Doctor, my question to you is very straightforward. It's I would like you to expatiate more on what you said at paragraph 4. What post did you hold at the time of termination of the LE contract?
I had a post, and that's what confuses things. I was the acting CEO of Forensic Pathology Services, but at the same time, I was the acting DDG Clinical Services.
That's acting CEO, Pathology Services.
Let's say my position was the CEO of Forensic Medical Services, which is Forensic Pathology and Clinical Forensic. But at the same time, the acting DDG Clinical Services.
Just hold it there. Yes, continue, Mr. Mapiano.
All fine and well, Dr. Libete. I can understand you were acting in two positions. Which one would you say was at the forefront? Which one were you holding at that time when the LE contract was terminated, sir?
My base position where I was formally appointed at that time was the CEO of Forensic Pathology Services, but I was acting as the DDG Clinical Services. And I think I was appointed there around that time, around March or so.
Appointed their way.
DDG Clinical Services.
DDG.
Yeah.
In March 2016.
Yes. But I continue at that stage, then I had to act for Forensic Medical Services.
All fine and well, Doctor.
Yeah, just hold it there.
Yes, my lady.
Say again.
Who is that now? Mr. Mapianya, is that you? I think it's yourself.
No. I'm still holding for the court's go ahead, my lady.
Can I hear Ms. Siboko?
Yes, I've been requested by Mr. Makanye and Mr. Sibara to alert the court that they've lost their connectivity again. And I also think there's a music interruption from Mr.
Yes,
Makanye.
that's why I'm asking what is the problem. I can hear that something is not right. Can we just try to wait for them?
As please the court, my lady. I have no qualms in waiting for my colleagues. I mean, it will be more efficient and for efficacy if they are present, so as to not repeat things again. Or...
Ms. Boko, can you check with them quickly so that we should know where we are?
I will, my lady. They've just sent me a message that says, sorry, we couldn't connect you, but still trying.
Okay.
Tell me if you can hear us.
I can see they are trying to connect.
I've just admitted them. I've just admitted Mr. Makanyi, my lady.
Okay.
My lady, I'm back, my lady. The proceedings may continue.
Yes, Mr. Mapianya, you may proceed.
Okay, as please the court, my lady. Dr. Lebete, Dr. Ruben Lebete, I was still asking, it will just longer our my question, since you gave me 2 questions to the question I asked before about your post. Now, bear with me. What were your duties? I would like you to state respectively for when you were the CEO of FPS, Forensic Pathology Services, and also again for when you were DDG for services, acting for of DDG. Kindly give me a brief executive summary of your duties for each of those posts, if you may. Thank you, Doctor.
My lady, if you may, before the witness answers.
I'm listening.
The roles and responsibilities of Dr. Lebete were already placed on the record and during the cross-examination by Advocate Forster. I don't think we need to re-record them again. However, the roles and responsibilities as CEO are yet to be on the record.
Okay, Mr. Mapianya, you were present when Ms. Foster started the cross-examination of this witness.
Yes, I can
Remember,
concur. I was
started
present.
with the roles and even the qualifications from MBCHB to a number of qualifications which included a course in clinical services. As far as I can remember, Mr. Witness,
yeah.
Dr. Lebete. Something is wrong with Dr. Lebete that side. Can you please?
Doctor?
I think there's something wrong. Either he is frozen. Where are the evidence leaders?
Yes, he seems to be frozen, my lady. He's just looking
Mr. Late,
one
are you there?
side for the past 2 minutes.
Can one of you send a message to, or Miss Seboko, just check as to what is happening there with Mr. Late? The system is tired, I think.
Should just bear with us for a little longer.
Advocate Late says they are kicked out, my lady.
Are they kicked out? Can you just wait for them?
As the court pleases.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Yeah. Monday. I'm just worried that he has been using his own data.
As please the court, if the court decides that my lady would be inclined to follow.
Yeah, in any event, Mr. Mapiano, I hope you will also recover.
Yes.
It's now 11 minutes before 4 o'clock. The witness is warned. We are experiencing some difficulties with some of the key members who are present, and because we are only left with about 10 minutes, I think it's the opportune time for us to adjourn this hearing until Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. You are all excused. The witness is warned. You can please, Ms. Siboko, convey the message to Advocate Late.
I've connected him through my phone. He's hearing you, my lady.
My lady,
Okay,
on Monday, will I be resuming where I left off?
Yes, you just continue where you have left it off.
As it please the court, my lady, I thank you very much for the indulgence. That will be suitable for the.
Thank you very much. Mr. Late, we understand that you have got some problems. The court will therefore adjourn until Monday morning. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, my lady.
Have a nice weekend.